Okay. Good morning, all of you, my friends. I hope you are.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. You hear us?
Yeah, thank you.
Good.
I think we
Fantastic.
have a bit of a record attendance this early in the morning. It's
Yeah.
we know that it's always this, whatever we've done before, it always drags over a few minutes. So, but I think it says 14 down there. That's I don't
It
think
is.
we've been there at 8 o'clock before.
Well, most of you are dropping in now. A couple of minutes. Hope you all have a good sleep this night and are prepared, excited for another great session day. Actually, Krista, we have come up to our final session day in this kind of presentations from you and me.
Pretty amazing, isn't it?
It
Yeah,
is fantastic.
we are so delighted and impressed that you are still with us.
Yeah, very much.
So
I will wait a couple of seconds before we start up the recording. Let me see there. All right. We start the recording and our final session day.
Recording in progress.
All right, good morning and very, very welcome to our final session day, number 24 in the MCIT CDO program number 3, where we are finish up our discussions around use cases. We are planning now to have a little bit recapping from all of the good use cases you have sent in. Thank you so much. You have been very prepared, I will say, to send in it. You have until end of this week now, but most of you have sent in your use case canvas, and we will have a look on them, Christer, and give you some kind of feedback and a recap. And then we are finished up with our test for this program number 3. But let's see, I have some introduction slides just to, while we are waiting for the rest of the cohort. We have, let me see, sharing. Here we got something, could be. Program number 3, session 24. So far, so good. First module now, and we probably, Krista, will move into, I think, module number 2 as well, and talk about the use case canvases and giving some feedbacks on that. And then we're ending up with the final test, and you were aware about what's happening in the test. We have put up questions on what we have been covered in this program number 3, and as you know, don't worry, you're very aware of most of the questions coming up there, but more of that a little bit soon now. Just my final commitment from you now. You all are in this list, I hope, and you all have these ID number noted for yourself, because that is needed when we're moving into the test then. So please put up your test ID or ID number before your name there. So I hope everyone has found yourself in the list and also started to catch up and plan a little bit for the final presentations with your compere. this was a little bit of the discussions from yesterday. You had some good input and questions around the final presentation. So this is summarized a little bit from your inputs there, the structure, and also try to find a good collaboration approach in the presentation. So this is what we summarize a little bit from your questions yesterday. I hope everyone are well prepared and now and understand what you are supposed to do in the final presentation. The structure, keep it on the management level. We talked about that yesterday. And this is the plan for the week when we're moving into February 17th. We meet again then, and it is the same link. I will send out calendar blocking, not to each of you, but to your contacts and factory. I don't know if they are forward that calendar blocker, but please block your calendars. And saying that, we are not ending the program with this final presentation in that case, because this week now, or these 2 weeks, 4 days, this is a huge opportunity of learning and summarizing for yourself. You will for sure catching up a lots of good insights from the colleagues in this cohort that you could find some value in, that you could also have as an input for your coming work now when you're moving forward with data analytics and AI. So what we are doing these 4 days, your presentations, and then we want to have your engagements in the cohort to give your thoughts and inputs and what you think was your key takeaways from each of the presentation. So from the list, you find when you are supposed to present your final presentations there. And group number 11 and 12, you are 3 persons in the group, and the rest of you are 2 of you. Please interrupt if you have any questions around this, but I hope it's very clear. Oh yes, we have this one, Christer, coming up yesterday in the presentation from Masara. I'm waiting for his slide deck. He hasn't sent it to me, but I will upload them together with the rest of the presentation from yesterday. It will be coming up during this afternoon, I hope. But we had 2 good questions coming up, and we also summarized the answers. So that will be in the documentations from yesterday there.
But I think there was some relevant questions, and I think some good discussion points around how this works, because often when you see a demonstration, you wonder exactly what is asked in the beginning there, okay, so how much of this is ready made and how much do we have to do ourselves, etc.
Yes,
I think that addresses a bit of that.
Yeah.
There's always, you can rest assured there's always a lot of work. What's changed is that maybe it's not as much work, on sort of making things happen on the screen, but there's this constant thing that we've been pushing in this program. Okay, so why are we doing this? Are we really solving the right problem? Are we conveying the right information? Are we showing it to the right people? Are they able to make decisions based on this? All those sort of things. So this is much about, just there's a lot of pre-made stuff that can be reused. There's so much that's been built, but still, like you always say, Patrick, it has to be applied to your own situation. There are always tweaks and tunings that need to be done. And then There was also this question about return on investment and how those sort of things work, and it's an open question, and something that we also try to address in the use case. How can we motivate that we do this, and how to calculate. There are different ways to calculate ROI and etc. But the easiest one is, of course, also always, is this worth it? Compared to what it requires to do it, are we going to be able to get out something that makes it worth doing it? And we're going to talk today, I'm going to talk a little bit about prioritization of use cases, because in the end, that's what happens when we start to get a lot of ideas. We have to prioritize because our resources are limited.
Exactly, and that has been one of the discussions we have got in the previous sessions around use cases. How do we prioritize all the good initiatives and ideas you have in your company? And as you said, Christer, we haven't got the resources fully out to take all the use cases in place. So we will have that in the smaller summary part of the use case program. So thank you for yesterday and good input. Is there any questions now before we are moving into our use cases? Good. Then, Christer, I don't know, you have got a look on all the use cases. Some of you sent in yesterday evening. I haven't collected them into our master deck there, but for you who have sent in until this weekend, you have got a look on the use cases.
Yes, on the canvases, absolutely. So we're gonna just go through them. I think before I say anything else, take with you that you've done very good work. You've applied all this to your own situation. You've worked hard at defining what should be in the different to cover all the aspects. And as we go through them in a little while, just see it as, an open discussion. Things can be done differently, and there are a few tweaks that maybe we could suggest that you maybe want to bring with you. So unless anybody says, please don't show mine, you can put your number in the chat and we can make sure that we don't show it. Otherwise, I'm just going to walk through them a bit and we can take a look at them together, because I think we can all learn from looking at these. And that's how I've built much of my knowledge, is just being involved in a lot of cases and seeing what works and what really is functional in this area, so that you can get as much out of the tremendous amount of work that you put in. That's the whole idea. So we're going to get to that, but I want to start just with one section around qualification, and it's not going to take long, but just to give you an idea of how we've done it in initiatives that I've been involved with.
You start with that. That's good. Perfect.
So and here's a tie-in back to the first program. You remember when we talked about the transformation, we had to say, how mature are we? And you can look at a use case from that same point of view. How ready are we to take on this particular use case? And that's a way of measuring, is it worth doing or not? And there are two aspects to it. There are two aspects. One is about, is it possible to do it? How possible is it? If it's extremely difficult, then that's a negative. If it's very easy to do it, then of course that's a positive. That's one axis. The other one is the value. Is it really valuable to our organization? That's a positive thing. If it's like, no, it's not valuable, but it's fun, but nobody's really going to use it, then the value, then it's lower on that scale. So feasibility, how easy it is to do it, and value, how valuable it is to the organization. And one way of doing this that we've come up with that I think ties things together and is also a way to work with this, because you can do it in many ways. And if you go to workshops, and I've been to, I've been to more than I can even care to remember, and people try to prioritize. We try to say yes or no to different things, but it's just as long as you have a model that you can use consistently that makes it possible for you to compare one use case to another in some way. So this is a way of doing that. And you recognize that the aspects here that we're talking about is the delta model. In this case, it's the 5. It's not the analytical techniques and technology. They sort of sit within enterprise a bit. So this is a bit easier, but maybe I think this is good enough if you want an overview. So think of this like you have 3 use cases up here. There are 3 canvases. You've come up with 3 use cases you want to prioritize. You bring people into the room, and you have representatives from the business side, from the analyst side, from the data science side, and from the technology side, the data side. You have those 3 aspects covered so you can truly come with relevant input from all angles. And then you can start by taking a look at data. Do we have the data? Is it available and usable? And if you feel like, yes, this data, we have it, we've used it already, we're already using it, we have a process for it, it's in good shape, then you can rank it like maybe 1 to 5. So 5 would be yes, excellent, high value on the data. And data ties in with the feasibility, because that means that it's possible to do. If we do not have the data, or we have an idea that it's somewhere out there, but we don't know the quality of it, we don't really know how to access it, we don't really know if we can get access to it, those sort of things, then it'll be a low score on data. So that deals with feasibility. And the second one also deals with feasibility. When we talk about enterprise, which is, do we have the platform and the structure and the organization in place to run this? Can we bring the skills together to drive it? Do we have somewhere to develop it and deploy it? Do we have the tools available to sort of get this thing moving? And it also deals with feasibility. And if we feel like all of that is in place, then we can score a 5 here. And if we feel like we don't have the right people, we don't, the tools aren't in place, you get it, right? It's like, then it's a low score. So 1 to 5 on data, 1 to 5 on enterprise. And then we can look at leadership. And then we go to the value aspect. And I'll show you how these come together in the next slide. It's like, how much support are we going to get for this use case from our stakeholders? How important do they think it is? How much in line with what they really prioritize is this particular use case? And if we feel like this is what everybody of the stakeholders have been asking for, this is what we talk about all the time, this is right in line with our strategic objectives, and a great step forward, if we're possible to do it, for what we are really trying to achieve, then you would put a 5. And then you will go down if it's like no stakeholder is interested, then you just put you put a 1. And if it's somewhere in between, you put a 3. So you can put between a 1 and 5 around how does this align with our leadership and what they are concerned about.
So the commitment and the support from the stakeholders a little bit, how strong it is connected to your use case.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Do we have do we have the support from the stakeholders? Do we know who they are? Do we feel like this is somebody who is actually strong to drive this, that can advocate it with the leadership peers? Sort of, what the leadership aspect, and I mean, you can go back to the Delta model and see, what does leadership mean? Does this ring well with our leadership? And this is similar on targets, which is also about value. So if this deals with how much support do we get from our leadership around this, or how strong is the one that would be our strongest advocate to really push for this? This is more, does it align with our corporate goals? Is it in line with the thing? So they sort of, in a way, they're sort of similar, because it is because they deal with value, both of them. But one of them is more like how much support can we get? Then it's going to be, that means that it's valuable. If people are willing to support it, it's high on value. If it's also, we know that it's in line with corporate goals, it's high on value. I mean, it could be theoretically, right? It could be like, oh, stakeholders think this would be a lot of fun. Great. We can't really, but they see it because for some reason they see it as an interesting initiative, but maybe it's not really in line with our corporate goals. Or maybe we feel like this is perfectly in line with corporate goals, but nobody's willing to push for it. So they're a bit different, but they both deal with the value aspect.
And just an input on the goal discussions there. It could be that the leadership is putting up that we must be more ready for AI and advanced data analytics. So the learning aspects is one of the corporate goals we have in some part there. So that non-tangible goals could also be a strong point to run this use case, because when you're running a use case, you have a lots of learning in the team, and knowledge overall is coming up around these cases you're running.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that could
And maybe it's maybe it could be that we have to become data driven.
Right,
We have to
right.
become, an
Yeah.
AI kind of company. So that's a high on this one, but they say that, but the support isn't really there to do it. Yeah, we have to become AI driven, but you have to do that in your spare time. I don't know, it's like, so just think about them, because they will. It's a good sort of thermometer. It's a good way of just getting a feel for how valuable is this really to us. And then the final thing is about analysts. Do we have the talent and the skills in place? So if this deals with tools and organization, this is, do we have skills? Is there somebody that can actually put this data together? Do we have enough data engineering skills? Do we have enough data science skills or data analytics skills? Do we have enough business understanding in place to drive something like this? It could be, a new initiative that we want to develop, but does anybody in the organization really understand that business domain? We talked yesterday, we heard him say about, how to monetize data, for example. There are new things and new opportunities that come about here, but maybe we don't have the experience and the knowledge and the skills for that. So think of it like this. You've got 1, 2, 3 use cases. That means 1, 2, 3. You take them one by one. You say, do we have the data? Do we have the enterprise structure? The leadership support is in line with targets? And do we have the analytical skills to do it? And once you've done that, you calculate an average for the feasibility. So you take the 3 feasibility ones. So say you have 3, 4, and 5. Then you would get a 4 on feasibility. If you have 1 and 3 here, you would get a 2 on value. And then you can map them in a diagram like this. So here's the value aspect from 1 to 5. And here is the feasibility aspect from 1 to 5. And of course, as always in these matrices, you want to be at the upper right corner. In other words, you want them to be high value and easy to implement. Now you will find that usually the high value ones are a bit harder to implement, and the low value ones are easy to implement. So a lot of times, yes, we can do it, but it doesn't have that much value. It has great value, but it's not that easy to do. But this is a way, again, we talk about how do we illustrate things rather than in words, and how images and structures like this can help to pretty easy get a feel for what are we talking about here. So once we've done the scoring of all use cases, and remember, you need people that can say, if we go back, that can talk, we need people that really understand, some of, our data situation. You need people who understand, do we have the analytical skills? Do we have the tools? Those sort of things. We need people that can relate to that. I've been in workshops where we have had only people from the sort of business side, people that just work. We don't have the IT people, we don't have maybe the analysts. And then we try to estimate these things. And what we found was that they said, oh yes, we have the data. Oh yes, we have the skills. Oh yes, we have platforms. But they don't really know. So to get a realistic view of things, you want people from all areas to be part of this workshop. We have done this a lot. We've had the way we go out and do things. We say, okay, we've got ideas of things you can do. They come back with ideas. We list them. We walk through them this way, and we get a view of this. And then, just to finish off, what happens is usually people feel like, oh, because they were hoping that, this one was going to be up here, and then it's not. Maybe people feel, is this really right? And then you may have to take another spin at it and say, why are we scoring it like this? Is there anything we missed? And so you can sort of use it as just like with the Delta model and with the use case canvas, it's something to discuss around where you can at least get, in the end, you will get a common view of, okay, this is what we agree on. And from here, you will prioritize which ones to go for. And of course, if you have things in this box, those would be first. If we say they're high value but hard to implement, maybe we need to think about, can we work towards making them easier to implement? What would it take? Can we address the things that are currently the obstacles, because it has high value? And then maybe here, the ones that we can do them, but we don't think the value is that great. Well, maybe, take another round at it and just check it and see if it's maybe there's more value in it than we think. Otherwise, you go for these, you try to bring these up, you check these out, and these you can leave for now.
So just to clarify for me, all of you understand this, but the numbers in the blue circles here is 6 different use cases. You have been scoring the feasibility 1 to 5, and then you have the value scale 1 to 5, and that brings you into position each of these use cases.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. Each.
No.
Exactly.
Just for me to understand.
Absolutely. I should have said that. Each bullet here corresponds to one of these use cases.
Yeah. But saying this now, Christer, this summarizes very well how you are interlocking the daily work, the operational work, together with the tactical work where you're working with the different use cases, and align it to some kind of the strategy. You put up the Delta model in the previous slide there. So just to have everyone to understand why we are working with a model like the Delta model to sort out the discussions. And that means in the first runs, you will probably have a lot of workshops, as you mentioned now. It will take some time before all of your colleagues and your stakeholders and users and the analysts, the data scientists, or whatever you define it, before they are aware about the model like the Delta model. It takes some time. You should put and prioritize those workshoppings and those meetings, because have you done that, it will be very much quicker to prioritize coming use cases going forward then.
Yes. And
So-
again,
So take those times. That is what I hear from you. You must spend the time with the people to align in this.
and the first one, it's we say, it's like 2 steps forward and then it's 1 step back, because you realize, okay, now I get it. Maybe we need to do it one more time. So the first time it can be a bit tedious. At the same time, I'd say don't overdo it. You don't need to, it doesn't have to be, what is the exact score? Is it 3.2 for this case, or is it 3.4 on the value? Just what you want is an overview from which you can then take a decision to move on. Because if there's one thing we want you to remember from this program is do not get stuck in trying to evaluate everything before you start. It's got to be, you hear the term, we say the term good enough. Get a view and then you do things. And I don't have a slide for that, but I kept I keep saying it, and you've heard me say it already. When you do things, you get three really good things back. You get, number one, you'll get something that works, usually. And some it works. It may not work perfect, but it's going to work. Number two, you understand where the true bottlenecks are. Because when we sit at the table and discuss the quality of the data, when we discuss which models we use and have access to, when we discuss our skills, when we discuss the value, etc., we will learn when we do things, where are the real bottlenecks that we need to address. And number three, the organization learns how to drive these things. So it's those three. You get something that works, you understand where the bottlenecks are, and you learn. And those are the key things, why it's so important to do things. And I've been pushing this very hard, and it is frustrating sometimes in organizations because people sort of, they lean back a bit, we want to sort it all out. We have to make sure that everything is, we can't be sure. This is a new era. You have to try things. So cast the vision with the canvas, the use case, go for it, scope it on time, reevaluate when you learn things, and be ready to scrap it. In other words, be ready to say, okay, we gave it a go, we realized we're not ready for it, but we learned these things. And there are so many things you learn when you start to really work with it. So it's about this scoping of a use case, deciding which ones to go for, give it a push, scope it on time, and then reevaluate and decide what to do next. That was a lot of talk. You did a lot of listening.
Is there any comments or question in this?
Seems like it made sense, at least to
Yasser?
Yes, hello. I'm sure that this example related to the stages of the Delta Plus. When we use it, we will move from stage 1 to stage 2, or from stage 3 to stage 4 or 5. So when we are implement this all the time, we will move to our organization from stage to another stage forward. So we can, after that, we can solve, or we can make many projects, or many from this AUC. Okay, so we can success in many projects if we move from 3 to 5, or from 2 to 3 stage for Delta Plus. We can solve many projects, or we can do a lot of projects to our benefits.
Yes, good, Yasser. Good input, because you should be thinking. I'm sure you have that in your question and your responses here, but think around that. The overall scoring of your maturity is on the enterprise view or the function, depending on what you're measuring in the Delta Plus assessment. When we come to these discussions, that means that you could have a use case who could be very mature to implement. So that could have one scale in the Delta Plus framework. Another use case could have a lower maturity or scoring because they are, in any reasons, the components are not really in place and prepared for that use case.
Right.
So the Delta model is, in that case, scalable. It's about to understand some kind of maturity around what you're doing there. But I think that was what your conclusion was, Yasser.
And just to stress that point, I mean, we don't ask you here that you should put your data score, your enterprise score in here, the one you did in the Delta model. What we're saying is, look at this use case. And maybe if you have a you just say you got 2.6 on data or something, for this case, you may have everything you need. So it's, you shouldn't, look at it, is this in a data warehouse? Do we have it available and is it usable? Great, then we score high for this use case. So it's a different perspective. But to your point also, Yasser, is that when you do these sort of things, those are the things that will, when you go back and measure your overall delta score, where you will see we've taken strides forward. We have become stronger in, analysts, and we have gotten better in the leadership engagement or whatever. So the way to drive your overall delta score is by driving use cases, individual use cases. And they go sort of, step by step. It's if your right foot is use cases and the left foot is your strategy, you take a certain strategic step and then you do use cases, and then you can take a bigger strategic step from the learnings, and then you can do better use cases. And so I see many organizations trying to, like I said before, try to put like the perfect platform in place first, and then they think everybody can do anything. But it doesn't work that way. You have to do enough and then do things with it and then learn, and then you can think bigger. So I like to use the metaphors of, when we do carpentry work or something, before we've even done anything, it's like, how do we even hold a hammer? But once we start to do things, we learn that, I should do this first and then that. And I recognize situations. It is a lot about skills and training.
But from my understanding, Christo, with your experience, when you are dividing the discussions into the different components or success factors like you have in the Delta model, you get a very much better discussions on what the situations are, because most often everyone is talking about everything. But now you are asking questions around data, you're asking questions around the enterprise view, and so on. So that give you a more realistic and more concrete actions on this.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I think, like you said, you will notice your discussions will be better framed if you have a framework to sort of bounce it against. And you need some framework. And this is what we suggest in the program.
Good.
Okay. What we thought we'd do then is look a bit at your examples. We have, so I thought we will go up until the break, and then we can continue after the break, and then we can see where we are.
Absolutely, for sure.
Again, I want to say great work. Let's see if there are some things that we can learn from each other. We went through one yesterday, and I just continue down the line here, and hopefully you can see it well enough. It's I think it is a screenshot, so it's a bit fuzzy. But anyway, let's start with the value story here, and it's about electricity demand forecasting and lead optimization, where we say that we have a couple of statements here on the challenge side. We say that forecasting is currently based on static models and historical averages. We say that peak load periods cause stress on the grid and increase operational risk. Yeah, that we understand. That's a problem. This over or under generation leads to higher costs and inefficient fuel utilization. We realize that's not a good thing. That's something we'd like to be better at. And it says limited ability to proactively respond to demand. So here's we don't have the capabilities. It's based on static models and historical averages. This is sort of a bit how we do things today, number 1 and number 4. These talk about what is the real problem. We have peak load periods. The problem, if I read this, I say, okay, suddenly we need a lot of energy, and when we do that, it puts a lot of stress on the grid and their operational risks with it, and it leads to higher cost and inefficient fuel utilization. So this is the if you use the word business problem, the organizational problem we want to address. And this is a bit of, these other two are a bit more, why do we have, it sort of comes into and inclines, what could we do about it? Because currently we have, the way we work with things is static and we have limited ability. So it's hard to address these things. So what I want to say with these things is I feel these two are very good to describe why we should do it. And the number 1 and 4, they describe why do we, it sort of says we have a problem. So it's a little bit like, this is the main sentence, these two things. But if we could do what's over here, in other words, we can bring these data sources together, we can use an analytics approach to forecast, and we can train them on multi-year historical data and continuously retrain it. We can come out with better forecasts, we can integrate it with grid management, and we can have dashboards for planners and operators. I think this is an excellent way of describing what we're going to do, what this solution is about.
Very much, very much.
And this is, even though you don't have the analytics lifecycle, again, we see that it's about the data, it's about what we do with the modeling and how we deploy it. So perfect. I think it's a great solution. And I'm thinking maybe this could maybe just a little bit be rephrased. I'm going to come back many times to saying again, imagine you're in the elevator, you step into an elevator and suddenly there's somebody from management saying, so what do we do? Well, this problem we have with peaks in our energy system, how it causes stress on the grid and creates operational risk, that is due to the fact that we don't have our data together and we have very limited abilities to act proactively. But if what we're working on is putting that data together and doing better forecasting and deploying it so it can interact with the people and the systems out there. And we believe, and I think these are very good too, reduction in power generation costs, improved grid stability, better utilization of renewable energy sources, we have economic savings, and we have improved service reliability and customer satisfaction. Brilliant. You've got lots of good things here that you can get out of if this thing works. So I think in all, great value story. The only thing I wanted to just point out when I read this is I feel like here, these two is what the real problem is.
All right.
And then we realize it's due to the fact that when we do forecasting, we're not that great because we have static models, and that leads to limited ability to practically respond to these factors.
So as you said, Christer, a very good start when you are pushing this use case and put it in some kind of projects. When it comes to the value box, also good defined, as you mentioned. Ongoing during the project, then you could be starting to identify some kind of numbers or figures that could be filled into these, is it 4 different ideas of value in this use case?
Right.
So the tangible economic savings, how much could that be? That could be growing up in the ongoing discussions with the stakeholders when they are going to be more engaged in this use case and so on.
Yep.
So when you're finding that you got some kind of numbers that could be connected to the value box, then you include even so the figures and the numbers there.
Yeah, and I think what it is like we are going to get the question, okay, so you're saying that if we do this, we can get this out of it. How much is what they're going to ask? And we've talked about how to deal with that. There we go. Measurable, realistic, all those things. SMART is a good method for putting goals, setting goals up. They're going to ask us how much, and of course we don't know, but we can bounce the question back and say, well, you know, what if we're able to do 1%? What do you say? And they say 1%. Well, that's too little. You know, looking at what we understand from the grid right now, we need to, you know, however you measure it, we need 40%. Okay, well, let's give it a go, and we can come down here and see what do we believe is possible. Now we have a goal, and we realize we can even say that, okay, if we can't reach that, maybe it's not even worth doing. Maybe we should put our efforts elsewhere. Because maybe there's something else we can do that could reduce, you know, that could help us more. But I think on the success criteria box also, you know, just to get a feel for, is the forecast better or than the current methods? And that's pretty quick to do. You pull the data together, you give it a try, you try some time series forecasting, or it says here ML forecasting models. You will see, I think we heard about a case, it was on, I think we talked about a use case where oh yes, that was when we talked about one of the hackathon cases last week, how they said, you know, we went in with some really high fly, sophisticated models, but we realized that we could probably go with pretty traditional, you know, time series forecasting. But you test it, you check how because you've got historic data, so you can forecast, you have training data, and you have validation data. And so you can do that. That's an excellent success criteria, forecast accuracy improvement.
But a question coming up to me now when you're saying this, Christer, if you're benchmarking a use case, if you have a use case from another company who has done this and you find out the number, should you use that number right off, or how should you deal with a saving another company has done in the past? Could you take that and say, yes, we will have a savings of 20% of our cost? Or how should you handle that?
I would say others who have tried this have reached this.
Right.
We don't know if we're able to reach that, or maybe we can reach more, but we know that somebody's tried it and they've achieved this. And that could be a statement in your value box when you cast the vision.
All right.
So when you cast the vision, you say, others have shown that they can save 30%, you know, of this.
But the reservation are that other companies have done it, and that is depending on the capabilities and the maturity they got. We don't know if our organizations are ready to take the full savings like that company, but we have savings. Let's find out how much we could save.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
But exactly, it's you know, maybe the others were so terrible before, and maybe we're much better.
Okay.
So they can do 30% easily.
Yes.
You know, we can do a bit better, but maybe not as much because so there are so many things that come into play. But it's, again, we come back to, if we don't know, why should we even have any numbers here? Because if we have at least a measurement, then we can measure against that. And then we have a deviation. And a deviation is good because then we have something to work with. Otherwise, we have chaos, as we say. So.
But the discussions here, if we put up a number of 20 and we reach only 18 or 17, it's not a failure. It's not a failure. That is the main point here. You need to understand that it's reasons why other companies are doing larger savings. We could do much better, but you must have a common understanding that it depends in so many occasions around the use case.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we will get it. This is, as we've said again, when you work with AI and analytics, as opposed to when you work with transactional systems that have one purpose to do a certain thing and work that way. When we do analytics, it's like we do one step and we reach about this high, and then we get better and we reach further.
Right.
It's an ongoing process all the time. So we have a first take at it, and it's not going to be perfect when we're done. But we will get something that works. We will understand where are the bottlenecks that prevent us from being even better, and we've learned how to drive these sort of things.
Good.
So really, I'm not going to, in order to get through a few more of them, and maybe we should take our, we can do one more and then take the break. I think this is also a good description of the process, and we'll look at the process boxes in some of the canvases here. We get the consumption data, and then we do forecasting, and we generate recommendations. This is pretty much what's here. And then we have in the process the dispatch centers adjust generation and distribution plans. This is something that really deals with the process. And then we also continuously monitor and give feedback into the model. I think when we look at the process here, what we want and what we're looking for is how is this planning done? How is this the distribution plan done? How do we adjust generation? When do we get that information? So I would imagine that, well, on the first day of every month, we look at how much do we think we're going to need everywhere, and then we try to figure out the best way to do it, and then we give recommendations, and then we send those out, and then we implement them, and then we measure. That's the process. So these things are more around relate to how the solution works. But what does the schedule of meetings, which systems are updated after we made a plan, those sort of things. So I think try to think of the process as the bigger picture where the solution helps you to do one of those steps, which is really about creating the load optimization recommendation. That's what this system does.
So identifying the workflow.
The workflow is
Yeah.
a good word.
Mm.
The workflow.
Mm.
Which people are making what decisions when, so when would they need that information? Or is it a system that sends data to a different system, or how does that work?
Okay,
That's what we're looking for.
good.
But and I think users and stakeholders, for all of you, I feel like you've got a good view of that, and you know who they are and so forth. It's 5:02. I think we should take the break now.
Yeah, yes, I think so. Let's have our first break. Shall we take, is it 52 now? Shall we take an 8 minutes break or?
Be back at 8 minutes. Well, that was 7. Let's be back at 5 after.
5 after,
Yeah.
all right.
And I'll leave this sitting here, and you can sort of, if you want to take a look and think about it, or otherwise, but take a break and come back, because it's a lot of chewing through a lot of details right now. So come back with a fresh mind, and we'll go on and take a look at the next one.
So we take a 12 minutes break. 5 after we meet again and continue. Thank you.
5 after. Ready to continue looking at some of the great work that you've done and that you've forwarded to us. So, and comments, put them in the chat, shout out, ask questions, come with additional input around what you think, or if it's unclear.
It was some comment, Christer, in the chat around the canvas as a standard template to use when you're taking. I don't know if we have any comments on that one, maybe.
I'm not sure I got the whole question, but what we can say around this canvas and this template, and you may remember, when we looked at this a few years ago, there are several, there are lots of really good templates and canvases and documents that you can use to get things. What we found was most of them deal with building transactional systems, project plans. Some of them are about, how to drive the business, how to, etc. And we had one of our colleagues take a really solid look at it, go through them all, pick out things, understand how the terminology, and find a version that combines the best of them and puts them in a template where we feel we have covered, the really important aspects. And we can always discuss, how do we cover this or that and so forth. But it's more, again, as always, it's more about how you apply something than it is whether it's a perfect format or not. If you're good at using what we have, we can get great results. And I think this template has proven itself that it works, it's understandable, it covers the most important aspects, it's doable in a relatively short period of time, and it's a one-pager, which really helps to not get it too detailed so we get lost in the details.
And to summarize the canvas with the 7 boxes here, these boxes are needed to have some kind of concrete answers, because most often the AI and data analytics projects are failing because these questions has not been taken. So when you have these informations in the 7 boxes in place, we have find out with your experience, the ecosystem with experts working with this, they find out we have a lot of more opportunity to have this use case successfully implemented at the end. So that's why we have these 7 boxes here.
And it's not like we're saying this is the absolute only way, and if you don't do it this way, you're going to fail. We're saying use templates, use frameworks. We supply you with these models, and we think they work together, and we think they serve their purpose. So
yeah.
Okay, let's move on. This is about monitoring urban development projects, and we'll take a look at just a few things that I think are very good here. And again, it's a little bit about how we look at the challenge statement. And we can say, we can agree that limited visibility is not a good thing. Project delays is not a good thing. Fragmented data is not a good thing. Slow and manual reporting process is not a good thing. Difficult to identify high-risk projects early is not. We realize these are all sort of things that are not, that we would like to address. Again, what's the real problem we're trying to solve? I think it is we're getting project delays and cost overruns. That's sort of, keep that in mind, that's what we're trying to solve. We want to minimize the delays and the cost overruns. It is due to the fact that we have limited visibility and difficult identifying high-risk projects early. And that is because we have the reporting process is slow and manual, and part of that is because we've got fragmented data. So it's a little bit this, we ask why. If we start here, we'd say we have fragmented data. Why is that a problem? It gives us slow and manual reporting processes. Why is that a problem? Because it makes it difficult for us to identify, it gives us limited visibility into real-time project performance. Okay, so what's the problem with that? It means it's difficult for us to identify high-risk projects early. So what's the problem with that? The problem is we get project delays and cost overruns. So these 5 bullets are very good at describing, why do we see we have a problem with data, but it leads in the end to project delays and cost overruns. And that's the tie-in we want to do. So just think of it, how you phrase it that way so it makes sense, because the fact that we have fragmented data is not going to get the stakeholders probably, excited. But if we say, we have project delays and cost overruns, yes, we know. You know what we say, and this is also, I think, excellent way of saying the data we bring in, the analytics we do, the output results, and the retraining that we do. So again, the 3 wheels of the analytics life cycle, excellent, very good value. Descriptions. I think you've got financial, tangible, and non-tangible.
I like when you have divided the economical, tangible, non-tangible value, because that is giving the idea that there is different values we could find out from this solution.
Yeah.
So is that some kind of recommendation from your side as well, to try to at least in the first runs with the use case canvases and so on, have everyone to be aware that we are talking about different values here.
Different kinds of value. And I think also if we help ourselves to say what is the value of doing this, depending on who we talk to, which ones should we pitch? Do we want to pitch the economical ones? Yes, we probably want to do that. We probably want to pitch the tangible ones up to here. Higher trusted, it's a little bit who we talk to, so we can play this. I think you've done an excellent job of listing a lot of them. You may, and maybe you want to just say, okay, what are the top 3 that I want to bring out? Because sometimes it gets a bit overwhelming when we get 5, 6, 7, 8 things. Challenge describes the pain. Absolutely. That's the reason, what it is. Here we have this hurts. And here we have, wow, if we could achieve this, life would be great. That's what it's the other side. The value side is the other side of the challenge, the pain coin. So all in all, great. You've really done a solid work of getting a lot of things together. I think that the process here is, again, this process actually describes what goes on in here. Collect data, integrate it, clean it, analyze it, visualize insights, support decision making, and then update and retrain the models. So support decision making is a process step. So somewhere, I'm sure there is a workflow around how do we monitor our urban development projects. There's some sort of board, work group somewhere that look at projects to start and ongoing projects and try to measure how are we doing and where do we need to take action, etc. So again, this process should be about the whole workflow, where one of the pieces is actually one where we support through this solution.
So the current workflow, how do we do this today?
Is the starting point.
That's the starting point. And the solutions come in here.
Yeah.
And then you could put in.
And if you remember, those of you who saw the 8-minute interview we showed when I talked to Håkan Karlsson from Volvo, when he said, we talked about, it starts with the process. It starts with the process. Okay, we'll go look at the process, and then you have to, and I said, well, is the process going to change? And he said, you can improve the process, but you need to understand how things work. And then see what should we change, how can we change it, how should we use it, etc. So that's what we want with the process box. Please go ahead, Zainab.
Excuse me. In the process I mentioned is the current and the enhanced. Is it okay or wrong?
It's okay, yes. So I think you can usually describe, if you may, I don't have it on hand here now, but when we talk, if you take a look at the most basic one, the Moneyball canvas, it's like, it describes very rudimentary. The process of, we need to understand which players that we would like, which ones we can get rid of, etc. And it describes the process, and then it describes where does this solution here support the process, in which step, or if it replaces a step, or if it adds something in that process. You can sort of have a flow where you say, here is a new thing, or here's it where it supports, or here's what it replaces. You can describe that in some sort of visual way. There are examples that we've had before of that. But to answer your question in a short way, yes, describe the current process and how it enhances that. Because we would assume that this is something you're doing today. I mean, the use cases start with, we're doing this today. Can we be better? Can we use AI to improve this? And that's what you want to do. So the answer, I think you're on the right track. Did I confirm an answer to your question, Zainab?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, before you do go
yeah.
there, and I understand when this is a bit of a, what is this process box? We know it from experience. Just think of it like this. If this is a great example of describing what happens inside the solution, that's the process of the analytics lifecycle. Here we want the workflow. Maybe we should have called it the business process or organizational process or workflow process or something to make that clearer. So there's nothing strange about that you're putting that here, but we are looking for something that people can understand. Oh, we're gonna get a suggestion here rather than us having to pull it all together.
Yes. So the reasons why the process box are so important is this is not always that everyone understands what's happening. How do we do this today? And especially when you come to top leaders, stakeholders who has the resources, budgets and so on. How do we do this? They think we have systems who are solving that, but we have a lot of manual work, for example.
Yeah.
So just to highlight the discussions, this is how it's handled today, and we must have a better quality in this workflow.
Yeah.
And the system help us with that, or automation, or whatever it could be.
And that's why it's also so important to actually see how the process works in real life, rather than have somebody just describe it on paper. So
Yeah.
if possible.
Okay.
All good. I think this is excellent. If we look at the let's see, I think I had maybe yeah, I think this is good. Excellent.
Yes, correct, Sena.
Let's move on. And suddenly we're in the airline business. We're setting up, and this is what's so fascinating to me is when I look at these, it doesn't take me long to understand, what are we trying to solve here and et cetera, because you've done really good work of that. So it's about setting optimal flight prices using AI and analytics. What's the problem? Suboptimal ticket pricing, inefficient flight capacity utilization. Lost revenue, higher operational costs, reduced customer satisfaction. So you have things in here that are clear. These are the business problems that I think this is very good, because there are lots of things here that are issues that we agree we would like to be better at. This hurts. If we're able to do this, the fact is, if we collect all the data that we have around flights and we make a forecast model, and it talks even about how in this analytics lifecycle thing, how we generate a model and understand set the right price of a ticket. And it talks about what are we doing in the model thing here to model things that can help us to be more. Then we can maximize revenue per seat and consolidate low demand flights to save on fuel and crew costs. I think I think you've done very well in describing here is the real problem we're trying to solve. Here is, at least from here, maximize revenue per seat and consolidate low demand flights. Automatically adjust ticket prices, dynamic prices. That is the solution. That's what you're describing here. So higher revenue per seat, less fuel costs, lower crew costs. Those are the value statements that I see here. And I mean, this is fine. I'm just, the more distinct we can be, what is the value and what is the solution? But I think you've done really well in not getting into the data things here. You're just saying this is our organizational problem. You know what? We have data. If we collect and clean it, make a forecast model, have a price elasticity model, we can maximize revenues per seat and consolidate, and save on fuel and crew costs. So, very good, I think.
Interesting, Christian, because it's so difficult not to include the data discussions and the solution discussions in the value box. So I'm with you. I'm very impressed that we could sort it out and keep it into the solution box there.
Yeah, very good. And I think this in a sentence sort of describes the process. And I would imagine that they sit down, the revenue team sits down and says, okay, where are we revenue wise? Benchmark with other airlines, where are we profit wise? How is it trending? Is there anything we should deal with? What do we know about upcoming things going on? And then you sort of set prices based on that. I know your son works with a hotel revenue management,
Right.
which is very similar, right?
Yes.
And to describe that process, we meet weekly. We take a look at the benchmark figures. We look at what's happening in the world that could affect it. We run the models. We look at the results. We do some decisions based on that, and then we update the pricing system.
Yeah.
Describe those steps, and that's where the solution comes in and says, here is our suggested prices based on, what the analytical models say, based on the current data, if we put that into a model that we know has sort of worked over time.
So automate this information gives lots of benefits when to put up the right pricing so you get the more profit on it, because if you could cut down that process, it's so important when it comes to revenue management.
And we talk about this when we talk to the business school in Norway where we have sessions with the master students there, and the professor asks us, what do you see? And I say what I've seen in the last couple of years, and dynamic pricing has taken over travel, hotels, concert venues, everything. You just realize it's a totally different thing compared to what it was a few years ago when the prices were static. So, a great use case, understandable, clear, not too much.
No.
And
Good.
if you want to, you could bullet it up a bit, but in as an elevator pitch, excellent. So
Good.
I think on the success criteria, I would say that just if we look at these are actual, these are value statements. And again, success criteria, we want to be things that say, can we test the model and see, a forecasting model, can we build it so that it's actually quite good? Because we can use the historical data, train on some of it and validate on some of it to get a feel for what is a good forecasting model. And maybe that's a success criteria we should put up first. It needs to be this good. Because
so the shorter terms.
Short term. I mean, this is increasing revenues and decreasing costs and increasing user satisfaction. That takes a while. That's the vision we're working on. Can we get some quick, adoption of the use? Can we surface information that helps maybe short term before we have all this in place? Can we, there are things. So again, short term versus long term. Any questions or comments? I think we have a few. Let's see. Great. We have some challenge accepted. Yes, like Zainab wrote in the chat there. I didn't see that before. We, in the process box, we add workflow of current and the enhancements in the workflow by using this. Public investment prioritization. Again, I think excellent. We see that these are issues we have. We have limited budget. We have difficulty to prioritize them. They rely on manual analysis, historical practices, and we have lack of integrated data. Very similar to the one we talked about 2 canvases back. This is a chain of how this all works. I think this describes, this is the background. We need to do this. And how these sort of fit together. We have limited. This is what we need to do. We want to decide which projects give the highest economic and social return, because we have limited public budget and many competing projects. But it's difficult for us to do this objectively. We often rely on manual analysis and historical practices, which is due to the fact that we have lack of integrated data across ministries. So again, it's a bit of this. I just want to point out again that we say we have this as a problem. So what's the problem with that? Well, that means that our decisions rely on manual analysis and historical practices rather than are data-driven. Oh, so what? Well, it's difficult to prioritize projects. Okay, that's a problem. It's difficult for us to make the right decision. So you're on it. You're definitely on it. We just want to point out the difference between what is the cause of the problem, what's the real organizational problem that we're trying to solve. If we're able to do this, you've got all these good things, excellent in the value box. It improves policy quality and public trust. So I think you texted here. I have really nothing to say about this. I think you've described what the problem is. We understand it's painful. We can do something better by integrating data, applying machine learning, and then also, I think it's a little bit maybe something here on the deploy, like what are we going to do with them? Who's going to get them?
All right. Yeah.
Similar, it's like a little bit like, and that's why the 3 wheels are good, because then we think, okay, data, it's about modeling, it's about how do we surface the end result. So I think that's all good. And I think that the text you have here, it should be at top, because that describes the problem. And then we have reasons for it.
Okay.
Improve policy quality, public trust, such as, and then that. If we read it from top to bottom. See if I did any other. Yes, again, I think this is the process again here describes sort of the solution. So the same as we often do, we describe, okay, we take the data, we do that, but we want to know the workflow. How do we prioritize public investment? I'm sure there is some sort of board that meets regularly, that looks at information, that discusses, takes action, sends out, make sure that they're followed up, describe that in this box. But you have everything you need. You have everything you need to get this right.
How about the success criteria there, Krista?
This is correct. I mean, that's success measured by impact, efficiency, and adoption, not just technology. Yes. Again, just the simple answer is long-term, big value, short-term validation that we are on the right track. And these are, again, sort of value statements, things that correspond with these things. So success criteria could be, again, more, can we quickly identify if the model works? Can we surface some information to make sure that we have the right data? I'll give you an example, real story that happens all the time. When we decide to do something, we're going to do something quite complex like this. But rather than take the data, go away, build everything, and then show the end result, what I make sure we do, I say to all the projects I run, I say, we're going to show users something every week. We're going to show them something every week as the work progresses. That puts a lot of stress on the people that are building because they feel like it takes longer than a week to do things. And I agree, it takes longer than that often to get some, true results that you feel are worth showing. However, if you just put the data together and visualize it and say, this is what the data looks like, and you show it to the people that are in the business domain, that are the users up here, and maybe some of the stakeholders, you just show them, this is what we see, this is how it trends over time, this is how much money we're spending, this is how many projects that we've interfered with or intervened with and try to improve, and this is how, you just surface and show the facts. They will get insights and they will come with new input to the project. And they will say also things like, oh, why did it go up there? And they said, I know that's what the data says. And then they say, oh, but that's because you've taken this data. Now that data is not reliable because, that relates to something different. There are lots of insights you can get. And those are the things that you could say, put in the success criteria. Ability to get the data together and ensure the quality. That's something you can do faster than you can achieve reduction in time needed to approve investment plans.
So the last one there, stakeholder satisfaction, that could be, as you describe now, a shorter time that shows something after 3 months, after 4 months, that is our goals, and just to have their buy-in or confirmation that we are on track and so on.
Good. I like it. I like it because, that's one way of measuring, are we on the right track? Are we able to keep the stakeholders' interest alive? Or have they sort of, oh yeah, that's that thing too. How's that going, by the way? And that's a way of ensuring that we're on the right track. So
Okay.
you can be creative around this. Think of it, I'll leave you with this. Short term, that we're on the right track. Long term, big impact. I think we maybe have one more. Yes. And this is, we don't have to go through all of this. I think we have. I like this story. And here's a way of, because of this, okay, so why is that a problem? Information poverty, it causes a leakage of support to those who do not deserve it, and deprives the most needed family due to bureaucracy and the complexity of paperwork. It gives, I think this is a great way in a sentence to describe, we have this which causes this and leads us to this. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, we have a challenge. And then, of course, I'm willing to listen. What can we do about it? Well, you know what? I think we can, if we can identify, we want to know who the actual beneficiaries of support are, and we want to do that. And we want to, the way to do that is refer the complex cases to the relevant administrative committees for decision based. Automate the due decisions for clear cases and work on the complex ones. We can do that. That's a solution. The solution is automation of these. And how do we do it? We manage data, we develop models, and we deploy insights. Great. Here's the solution. This is the question we're asking each other. This is what we want as an answer out here. And if we're able to do that, we can save. We've got financial things we achieve. We achieve social things, numbers, percentages, shifting to a responsive government. I think in all, I think you've covered so many good things here in an elevator pitch. You know, and you can tell what's also in all these canvases is like, the most important thing. What is the situation we are in as an organization? What do we want to solve, and what is a challenge that we have that we want to address? There's one thing more that I found was, this is all good. Interesting is like on the stakeholders, it says up here, truly eligible citizens, the target group that will benefit from rapid access to support and justice. In other words, making the citizens also stakeholders. We have a responsibility. We want to make sure that, because if they don't like it, it's going to come back. If they don't support it, if we can't support these people, then we have failed. I thought it was just interesting because usually we think of, and we talk a lot about this as being management and the high bosses, etc.
Right,
but
right.
I was almost moved by the fact that you said, these are our stakeholders, the citizens out there that depend on us to do a good job. And I think it puts the whole thing we do here into perspective of this is important. People depend on us.
Good.
It's not a technical project that we want to run. It is about increasing the quality of life for citizens in our country. And those are our stakeholders. So a good, valid point that this is what we want. We want what we do to mean something. We want it to be important and help make this world a better place. And I think just by doing that, help us keep in mind that these are our true stakeholders.
But when you're highlighting that, Christer, that means how do you interlock with the citizens here? Should you have some smaller groups to discuss this issue and have them as a reference group during the projects, or what's come up in your minds?
The only thought I had, and of course you can think about that. How can maybe we can, maybe there are polls and surveys or like a reference group could be. To me, it's just, let's keep this in mind. Why are we doing this?
Good.
Who are stakeholders that we need to think about and keep in mind? Are we addressing the needs of these people? Just like we are addressing the needs of the Ministry of Social Solidarity and the Ministry of Communication and Planning and etc.
Because in my world, that citizens could also be the users in some ways.
It could mean that, thinking that it's like people, you apply, etc., and you feel like, are you getting support? And so they could be, I don't know how this process truly works, if it's something that involves them directly in the process, or if it's something that's done.
Yeah.
But that's
Okay.
We don't have to dive into that. But this is more to your point on, or to the point of that. These are the things we think about. Who are the users? Who? And when we talk about users up here, we talk about who's going to interact with this system. The ones that sit in this process today, from left to right, and or right to left, if you read from right to left. But in the chain of what's happening.
Yeah. for sure.
the users, the
Sure.
ones that we, if they don't use it, nothing's going to happen.
No.
And I've had numerous examples of that where something is built, we find out, or the management finds out eventually, we've invested all this money in the system, nobody's using it
Mm.
because we didn't look properly at the process and understand how that worked.
And I see very well they put in the success criteria, the citizen satisfaction increasing. So that is coming up in the measurement how the citizens are taking this.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm.
Yes, good point.
yeah.
I didn't
No,
connect that right now,
I see
but-
that now also.
but that
So
is-
very good, very good.
And of course, that is maybe also, again, I don't know how long it takes to measure these things to see if we're on, but I think these are more sort of, I think, on the long-term value side. So a little bit like, how can we ensure that this works? Can we get the data integrated? Can we visualize data that helps the users in a short term to just be better at their process before we maybe have the whole thing up and running, and before we can measure what we really have as goals here?
So the success criteria described here is more of the end goal of the solution. So you could keep the KPIs in the success criteria, but put them into shorter timelines measurements. So you don't have the end figures from what's happening when the solutions are in place and well implemented in the community area.
A little bit like that, yeah. But again, I mean, you know these sort of things. We're just saying
Yeah.
why we distinguish between these two boxes is short-term, long-term,
Yeah.
value, much connected to stakeholders, success criteria, much too related to the process and the use and the validation of the solution. So it all sort of, it links together, but just think of it that way. And all of it is just to help you be as successful as you can. Because if you can show some things that you're on the right track quick, it'll boost your motivation. It'll give you something to communicate both to users and stakeholders, and you will feel like if this is possible to achieve, then over time we should be able to achieve this. Okay, I think those were the ones that
Good
I
one.
had looked at. So in all, very good. There were actually two, and I think we got a note of that one is a bigger vision, and one is, so the previous one, this one, ensuring entitlement, justice, etc. Whereas this is more about digital administration development. And that's good. We can just spend a few last minutes before we take the second break. And then also, of course, bring in your questions and comments. Here is, and without diving into it, I think this was an attempt to really take a big sort of grip on advancing the whole digital, how we do things, the whole administration, because we have things that are not good, inflation of the apparatus, so more and more resources, bureaucracy increasing, poor linkage between these are all things that sort of, we want to address. And you can use this story as, in order to come to grips with that, let's try to identify some hotspots of bureaucracy, disruptive laws, and things that we can do a lot better, so we can have an organizational structure reform, and we can do those sort of things. And that way we can get a much better working apparatus of our digital administration. That makes perfect sense. This is a vision. And coming back to when we talked about use cases, and they also talked about it yesterday, Peter and Einar, and what they see when people come in with use cases to the SAS hackathon, even though it runs over a longer period of time. Still, the canvas is primarily used for the cases that we looked at before. In other words, we're trying to address sort of one thing, whereas this is addressing really the whole, a whole way of working. So maybe this is not a use case. This is more a strategy or a whole system or a way of working that we can still use. What I like, though, is we use the value story. Never underestimate the power of the story to say, this is a problem we have. If we can do this, we could achieve this. That's the story. You can use the story for anything. But when it comes to what a use case is, it's something that we can, within a reasonable amount of time, develop and get effects in a process that is defined. And I think that was the whole purpose why you put both of these. One that is a use case, truly a use case, and one that is more of an overview sort of strategy, where I think this is not what we had in mind when we put this together. To have the vision, those are described in maybe other ways, but nevertheless, the value story for sure works, and there's nothing wrong with this. You can absolutely do this. It's just that if you're going to do it, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of work before you can sort of. So you want to do something that is doable in a reasonable amount of time.
Wow, fantastic. Good.
So, in all, I just want to say excellent work. You've really applied yourself. You've taken all the things that we've given you and you've put it into your situation. And we are certain that maybe this was really easy for you and you felt like, oh, I could have done this day one. We didn't have to, or of use case. But hopefully you got a bit of help on the way, and definitely you've been able to apply the things that we've talked about.
Right. Good, Krista. Let's see. We have a couple of minutes before we take our second break, but we could stay with this slide because now we have given you 3 programs, and the objectives we have from our side now, and again, we have saying this a couple of times, all the content that we have taken to the scene together with you are developed from thought leaders, experts outside SaaS company, experts inside SaaS, and all together with the researchers and studies from IIA, we have find out that there is what we could say 4 key AI and data analytics perspectives you should be keeping your minds when you're going forward now and making your fantastic work in this area of data analytics and advanced analytics. These perspectives are scalable when you have a look on the overview strategy, the company vision, mission on what you are trying to achieve, but you could scale it down to the individual part. All of us who are including, and that means your teams and your functions, every individuals must have at least an overview feeling that this is connecting to each other. So in the first program now, we were giving you the Delta Plus framework, and as we touch up on these modules now, you could use it in a scalable way. Put some time workshopping, have everyone to understand that we are in a journey. That is Delta Plus framework is helping you with that. And remember, this coming from real world, other companies, industries, organizations are taking these different steps to be more mature in data analytics. Then we have the use case work that we now have been closing up with this program number 3, and they are connected to the more tactical work, the work that is making it happen, the actions, the steps that make it concrete, and also solving what you have in your business plan for this year and the coming years now. And the more detailed part of this is the operationalizations. And the analytics life cycle is a very good summarizing how the complexity of all what we hear and read around data analytics when it comes to techniques, technology, and so on, put it in the framework of analytics life cycle. That is a good starting point. If you have all your team members and the stakeholders to have a good understanding how raw data taking into some kind of decision, then you have a huge benefits in your daily work there. And an overlay for all of this is dealing with your competencies, your team setups, how you are organized over the time, and that is the roles and competencies. And what we have given you is the idea of how you could find a way with the T-shaped profile, how you should be having everyone to understand that we are mixing in 3 different disciplines, people who are coming with experience, educations from each of these disciplines, but now we must join up and work together, find a common language and so on. So please take these 4 perspectives with you now, and please use these frameworks that we have given you. We know by experience now, Christer, you have been in the industry now for plus 35 years. These perspectives are living there. They are coming back. And you could, whatever happening in the technology stack, you could address it into these core 4 perspectives. So saying that, now you will entering into program number 4, and that will be exercising in the technology. So now you will, I know that some of you has addressed that you want to have practice and exercises around the technology. So I hope that program number 4 will support you in that eager and that interest you have in how this could be look like. And before we ending up, Christer, we had yesterday Peter and Einar. The SAS Hackathon is a fantastic opportunity for you. So both me and Christer saying you have done a fantastic work with your use case scoping now. The analytics use case canvas is a fantastic good start for you. So if you have the opportunity, please try to find a team that you could bring into the SAS Hackathon, because in that you could build some kind of practice, prototyping of the solution, the use case you want to have in place, and maybe put up a project around. It was some comments
Yeah,
in there. I don't know. Questions?
No, there were several who had just said that they sent their canvases in yesterday. We didn't go through them now.
No.
But
yes, please resend it. No problem. Now, and we could have that as a summary, as a part of the summary as well. What you have done now is your first use case canvas, and that is the most tricky one. You will for sure finding out now it's going to be a much easier and better for you to put up your next use case, because you have the structure with you in your minds. So if you have new inputs coming up from today or yesterday, please redefine it, no problem, and send it in to me. We have until Friday this week now, you could send in your latest template of the analytics use case canvas. And saying that we're coming and meet again when we move into the final presentations. And I hope everyone are very engaged as you have been so far. Please, you have a lot of new learnings probably coming up in those modules in the final presentations as well. So, is there any more questions before we take a break, and then we could have upstart for our final test of use case? If not, then we meet up again 5 after, right? So we take our 10 minutes break. So stretch your legs, cup of water, coffee, tea, and we meet again in 10 minutes.
And I will also summarize a bit of the findings and send them to you so you can, or we'll put them in the documentation about what we talked about going through the canvases, so you get a written sort of short summary of that.
Good. See you 10 minutes. Okay, Krista, let's see. Are you on mute? No. Then we are coming up to our final module of today. And in this program, number 3, use cases. And as you know, from our previous programs, we are ending up with a quick or short test. And from experience, from what you have been showing us in the first 2 tests, I'm very confident that if you have been attending the sessions and have some kind of recap and so on, you will be very on board on what we have been discussing and what we will be asking in the test now, test number 3. I don't know if anyone, let me see now. I must move up to this one. If there are any questions before we are starting the test. It is in the same structure as we have in the past. You will have 20 minutes. We will have 16 questions coming up, and we want you to have at least 12 right answers on these 16 questions. We have also, as in the first 2 tests, included a master question. So our recommendation is to please take the first 16 questions, multi-choices, and then you could, at the end, think around your master question and answer that. And that is about the use case, as you guess. So before we send out the link in the chat, any questions? You are eager. Oh, let me see. I must find my chat there. Here we go. I put the test in the link and wish you good luck. When you're ready now, you could end up and go home and have some more time. We meet again when we have the final presentations. Me and Krista will be in the room, so if there are any questions coming up after 20 minutes, you could raise your hands and so on. But we will close for today after you have finished up this test now. Okay, good luck everyone, and see you in the final presentations then. Thank you.
Excuse me, Patrick, if you please. What is the test idea? Excuse me. What is the test idea? The test ID.
Yes, the test ID. I will open up that slide again for you. Let me see. Oh, sorry. A new try. Here you find the test ID. It's the same one that you have been using in the previous. So the first column there, you have the ID. Did you find it?
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Thank you very much.
And remember to submit the test after you are finished. So I don't know if you have finished the first round. If you didn't manage the 12 right answers, you could take the test again and do a new try. And I will have a list of all of you, but use the same ID as you have from this slide we're showing you now. So, and if there are any questions, you could please let us know. Yes, Rami has a question if you can repeat. So if you want to take the test again, even if you are having more than 12 right questions, you could absolutely do it again. And I will take your top score there.
if I need to repeat the exam, I have to answer from the first again.
Yes.
Yes, Yasser.
Okay.
You do it's just a new run of the test, the whole thing.
Yes,
And I think the questions may be scrambled.
it will be scrambled.
So
Exactly. But please, if you want to take the test again, please do so, Yasser. No problem. Okay. We have 5 minutes before we closing down for today. Some of you have done the test twice. That's no problem. I don't know if there are any questions. We had, I think it was 3 of you who wasn't on the list. And I will have a check because the list are representing the final presentation slots and so on. So I will have a check and see how we could solve that. But if there are any questions, please let Christer and me know. Thank you, Amal.
What's the success degree? So how many?
Yes, 12, correct.
12 points, yeah. So,
Yeah.
and how many
Good.
made it?
Thank you, Aya.
It'll be 2 weeks now then before we jump into the
Is it
final
2 weeks
presentation.
now for the final presentation?
Yeah,
Yes.
you get a week off.
Yes, but we
Enjoy
have some
it.
deliveries next week as well, Christer.
That's
So
true.
other cohorts are.
Yeah, we have.
Yes, but you could prepare. Thank you, Ella Rabi.
So all done for today?
Mm.
Any questions from anything you need to convey more, Patrick?
No, I don't think we have any questions coming up. All of you are good. So saying that, thank you all for today, and thank you for your engagement and so on. We are looking forward to meet you all again in 2 weeks from now. Right? Okay, I will.
Yep. All good.
All good. Thank you.
See you.
I'm closing down now.